Hello.
Hmm. Alright, is my... Cool. The mobile phone is charging, which is good, so... Yay! Alright. So... I am now, like, well, last night it was enabled and such like that, but I am going to be going through streams this week, and until, like, if I do a stream Monday, I'm going to be on call, which means it's that classic time where there's a possibility... Weird that it doesn't do, like, the video until, like, much later on. That's annoying. There's got to be a way for me to be able to... Report redeem redemption. Is there a way for me to... Let me see what happens if I go to the creator dashboard and tell it about alerts. I already have a lot of them. Emote splash. And I can edit them. So there's the channel points. No thanks. I wonder why... Send test alert. Alright, so it's there. It's just for whatever reason, like cheering ones, for instance, some of them don't work. And then, let's see, will this one play on my... Yep, cool, cool. That will do its job. Wait, was there no sound for that one? Oh, that's a shame. Well, I guess that's for when it's only like 1 bit or something like that, which is, you know... Let's see. Yeah, I got an active phone number. Why is it asking me to protect the safety of your community? You are required to have a verified phone number attached to your Twitch account before you can upload files. Yep. Oh, the volume is set at like 0 here. So if I do like 50. Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? So if it's... Save changes. Wow. I don't even know if there was noises then. Nope, there wasn't. Pain. Art! Yes, art! I'm gonna be real with you, make us DJ. I have been doing this art thingy-madiggy, like, probably, like, how long have I been doing this? Like, a month and a bit? Like, I've not done it for, that long, and I'm gonna be real with you. There are times where I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Because I don't have like a commission queue or anything like that, and I'm not yet at a I don't feel like I'm at a quality where I can just sort of say, "Hey, chat, tell me what to make next." I don't have any confidence whatsoever in the whole doing things in Blender, and it all comes, you know, it all comes totally fine when we go into it next and such. I don't have any of that. I don't have that kind of confidence. And doing the sculpting last week just gave me this feeling of like, oh, I have no idea what I am doing. I'm just sort of like, oh, I must be doing something wrong. So, cause like, hang on a second, if I do this button here, and then ding, turn off the PC capture, turn on the thingy. So this is a sphere that they've just, which is just basically the default cube, and it's like you can do like all these bumps, and then if I do shift, it smooths it, I think. Oh my god, that is a really high def sort of it's control that does like the divots and shit. Okay. And then like, Jesus Christ. What am I doing? Look at this bumpy thing. Smooth mask? Oh, that's a mask filter thing. And then this is draw sharply. And if I hold control, it goes the opposite way. And then if I do clay... So yeah, how is your evening going? How's your evening going, Make Us DJ? I am literally just making from... Alright, hang on, let me just... there we go. Yeah. You got to offer for a new job and you're about to hit the gym? Hey, nice work. I have not joined a gym membership. There is a gym that is like, what, 6 minutes away from me and I'll walk, and I've had like no thought of like going to them to do the exercise and such, not even for like the treadmill, which I feel like I would benefit from. I've just been 100% in the mood of like, oh, I just want to go home. I just want to go home, eat McDonald's, and then just sit in my bed looking at TikToks being like, man, wish that could be me. It's like, I could probably do that if I was just not a coward. Alright, and then... Ooh, neat. So that does it on the... And then shift smooths it. Interesting. Alrighty, and then shift smooths it. I honestly do not have a clue. Fallen hard into TikTok. I've resisted for so long. Oh, am I just like bringing back bad memories of like, oh, I could like read a book. I could like, you know, improve myself as an individual and do something like personal. Also, is my tail fixed all of a sudden? Hang on. Hang on a second. Where's the Where's the cameras? Here we go. So camera 3, camera 4. The tail is fixed. It's no longer like this random like fucking color scheme. The tail is fixed. Oh, that is fantastic. The tail is fixed. You don't know, like, I don't know why, but there was a time when the tail was like doing some weird ass colors and such, like the zebra stripes. What the fuck am I doing? Hi there, Morose. Hi there, Morose. How's it going? I have no clue what I'm making. I'm gonna be real. I have gone through like hundreds of tutorials. Hang on a second. Recover. Is there a revert? No. Hey, Grint. Hopefully you're having a good evening. I don't know what my evening is like. Like, I'm in Blender. I have been going through so many fucking tutorials. Like, just to try and get into that mood of, like, doing the art. Like, I keep thinking, if I commit to doing, like, a thing once a week at the very least, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do it on stream. So then that way, you know, something is going to get made. Something quick, something beautiful. And I will earn because I've got Kofu, I've got Wolk being like, oh yeah, this guy's he's a 3D artist, and I'm like, I wish I could be that. I'm not there yet. Like, I'm just, the fuck is this? I'm just like fucking around with clay, like hang on, let me let me smooth this. Hang on. Actually, is there a way for me to just revert everything? Hang on. Undo. Bonk. This is where it was previously. Is like we started from. So it was called a quad spear. All right. Actually, hang on. New sculpting. Do you want to save the thing? No. All right. So here we are. So here's the thingy-madiggy. Have fun with it. It's just 3D. Alrighty. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Turn on the x-axis just so I can see. Alright, so that's the x-axis, and then I believe that's the direction we want. Alright, so let's just get this fucking thing here. I still don't have an idea. Like, ears? I'm gonna say these are ears. These are ears. They're weird. Oh. And then oh, no. All right. Or fins? Yeah, maybe they're fins. And then control to like do like this, and then actually, hang on, don't. Yonk. I have no clue what this is. Did someone say ears? Ears. Ears. All right. All right. So this actually, let me see if I can Okay, so G is to grab, and then X is to draw. All right, so let's go G, and then we're gonna let's make this just a little bit bigger and see. Yunk. There we go. There we go. Ears, and then if I go X, shrink you down. And then keep to this mustache. Is it song then artist? Maybe my soul died. I am not Shane. Oh my gosh, what is this? Hi there, Alistair. Welcome to the stream. By the by, chat, song request is open. I have it pinned in the chat. That way we're not just listening to lo-fi beats presented by Chill Hop or what have you. I have no clue what I'm making. All right, so if I go Shift R, I can then change the remesh size. I reckon point. All right, so if I go Shift R, Control R, there we go. And then shifting to smooth this. Alrighty, and then smooth this too. There we go. Okay, this is nice. You brought this on myself? Oh, is it because of what Meg DJs has given us? Alrighty. You know what this reminds me of? Hang on a second. No, not Agumon. Give me a second. Give me a second. There we go. Koromon. If Koromon had like a mustache or something. So maybe that's what I need to do. All right, hang on a second. Hang on a second. So first and foremost, we are going to let me flatten this. Alrighty, and now I need to elastic deform. Nope. Ah, that's doing some crazy shit. All right, hang on. And then shift to smooth this. Koromon's grandpa. Hang on a sec. So, is there a way for me to like snap? No, there isn't. Okay. All right, hang on a sec. Hang on. Let's go with grab and oh, hang on. What's this one? Thumb, snake hook. Here we go. Snake hook. That that does not. Nope. Nah. No. All right, hang on a sec. We have a mission, chat. New sculpting. Dink. All right, hang on. And then, bam. Alrighty, and then this goes... Buddy once told me the world was gone. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. He had a lot of alcohol problems, and he went through a bit of a bad time. Like, it is a shame that he's dead, but don't idolize the man. Brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see, so what's wrong with taking the back seats? You never know if you don't grow, or shine if you don't grow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your fame on, go play. Hey now. Hey, all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars wait us whoa. It's a place to get older. Picture the ice we state. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. My world's on fire. How about yours? Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your shame on. Go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Show on. Get paid. All that glitters is gold. Wait, mo. I like when people give me songs that I actually know things to, because Furry Cures does this thing. Once again, just bagging on Furry Cures for their musical choice. I get there are some good animes out there and such. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Shining Justice from JoJo is good. The first opener from Bleach is a good one. The Pokemon rap, like, there are bangers out there. Don't get me wrong. But not all anime songs openers are bangers, okay? So, and then he has the gall to give me Country Road, but he doesn't give me the Country Road that everyone knows, where it's like, Country Road. Hang on, I need to pause this music. Hang on. Instead of giving me the Country Road that's like, dun, 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 almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain. Instead of giving me that, like, Country Road, he gives me some other, like, Country Road cover song. And don't speak bad about Ghibli Country Road. Listen, okay? The good Country Road. Hang on a second. Let me Google this. Country Road. Don't worry, this won't pop up on the VOD. John Denver's, okay? John Denver's for the Country Road is the best Country Road, all right? It was used in the Fallout game trailer, and there has not been music from a video game trailer that has decided to be like, you know, utter shit, okay? Saints Row 4 did it with Power. It was a banger. They did it with Country Road and Fallout. It was a banger. They did it in New Vegas. It's a I can't remember what they did for New Vegas. Actually, what did they do for New Vegas? New Vegas trailer. What did they do for Fallout New Vegas? What was the song? Didn't. Yeah. Yes! Hi, Cosmic! Hi, welcome to the stream. I don't have any of my moderators, so I'm just gonna quickly give Cosmic a thing of... Jingle jangle! How am I doing? I have no fucking idea what it is I want to make. So I went and grabbed Koromon, and I'm trying to make Koromon right now. This is what he looks like right now. X, F, shrink that down. Control to do the little, like, divot thingy-madiggies, and he's got, like, this...
Hello!
Hello! So the eyeball is gonna go here. And then all right, so crease, which is Shift C, and then, so, yoink. Hello there. There we go. Oh, he's got a bit of a okay, hang on a second. Oh, object. Shift. He's a bit more like that. All right, object, apply scale, and then back into sculpting we go. And let's see, can I smooth this? Yes, I can. That way I'm not like... There we go. And then I can... I'm gonna use the grab tool to like pull him a little bit. There. And then yonk. Nope. Oh yeah, I need to start the music again. Cosmic, give me something to add to the playlist. Otherwise, there's gonna be like more lo-fi music. If I find myself going back into lo-fi music, we're gonna start playing Starfield. I don't. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go Blade. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your show on, get made. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars. All right, hang on. I think it's Dink. No, hang on. Shape. General layout. There we go. Hey, look at that. It like landed right where we needed to. Okay. UV sphere and shrink it down. Like that. What am I listening to? What was the song Paul McCartney had? It was a gaming song? I don't know the Paul McCartney gaming song. Paul McCartney doesn't game. Alrighty, and then... Ding dong. And then another UV sphere. There we go. So... Left eye... Oh, wait. I.L... I.R. We gotta keep to proper naming schemes. Oh no, it's work.
Chat has come together and thinks you should do 10 squats during the break.
All right, I'm back. I don't know how many songs I've missed. Oh, I needed to do 10 squats because I hit an advertisement. Hang on a second. These will be quick. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alrighty, there we go. All right, so I missed out on Radiohead, Black Veiled Brides. I'm sorry for the phone call. As I said earlier, I'm on call at work. So if someone has an issue, they have to ring the off after hours line, which means it gets to me. And I have to fix their problem. Alrighty, sculpt mode. Here we go. Alrighty, so I need to... Let me see, can I... How do they do that thing where, like, you can pull the eye down? Maybe they're just drawing it over? Maybe that's what they're doing. They're just drawing the eye over. And then shift to smooth it out. Nah, that's not it. There we go. And then crease it. There we are. There we are. And then... Okay, maybe clay strips? No. Oh, wait, no, I need a... He's got a... No, let's go back to draw. Very stuff together. Okay, who did the cowboy bebop again? Who thought I wanted to listen to more weeb shit? Dun 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 dun. Alrighty. You have more music coming to bless your ears. It isn't me. The only weeb song I got is What's Next, I think. Fair enough. Alvirus, you got some songs to recommend? What did I miss from... So I said work call. Jason asked how Cosmic was doing. Cosmic said they were good, but I do have to love and leave. I'm sorry to hear that, Cosmic. So yeah, I'm back. I'm doing my shit. And how the fuck do I do this guy? How the fuck do they do teeth? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's the wrong fucking way. That's why. I'm a fucking idiot. All right, hang on a second. Ding dong. Based off of the face. There we go, and then tooth. Eye. So those are the two eyes, and then the quad sphere is. Damn it. Tools, screen color picker. There we go. So that's a pink. Coromon. Alright, so that's what he looks like right now. And then... actually, you need to go... Hey! Here's a song that I haven't heard in ages. From Outlaw Star. I don't know who is telling chat that I am a, that I'm like a weeb or some shit, but the slander has got to stop. Alright, Alrighty, and then ding, and then we go to sculpt mode. we... which one's the crease? That one's draw sharp. Ah, here's crease. There we go. Da, 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 da. Oh, I just realized something I need to do. Hang on a second. I left, edit. Change that to 90. And then we go to this one, edit, rotate on the X so it's 90 as well. There we go. This is me trying to make a fucking Digimon. It ain't gonna work as well as I hoped. Alright, so there's the first one, and then ding, and then there we go. There we go. And then general. Oh wait, I already got a shading thingamadiggy. So shading.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Yeah, Bone got first because Bone's heading into this chat when I said I was gonna head into it and shit. Blend files, asset library, HDRI. Small studio with a strength of 0.5. Film, transparent, there we go. Object. Shade smooth. Oh, interesting. All right, so if I do 0.01 and then change it to a black. How do I do the shadows? Oh, I'm probably just gonna need to like get a layout. Hang on. Just need to make this like light area ding and then 1 meter. $60. Oh, is this the Paul McCartney song? What game did this come from? All right, change it from EV to cycles using the GPU. What is this? All right, so yeah, it's using the GPU compute, and oh my god, it's having a fantastic time, isn't it? Preview. All right, 128. We do not need divided by 4. There we go. All right, and then use the denoise. There we go. I 3D asset texture. Where can I, let's see. So there's free Blender high res eye texture models. No, I don't need texture. I don't need models. I just need the texture file. Texture PNG. PNG egg. Where does Wolk go to get an eye? Hang on. Quick question. Quick question. Oh, he's at this point, I just realized. This isn't a joke. I got an orb. It needs to be an eye. This is a joke. I got an orb. It needs to be an... I have that as like a thing for 16 bits. Cookie for Bookie. Yep. Oh, just draw it. Just draw it, he says. Oh, just draw it. You know how an eye looks. Just draw a fucking... Yeah, gee, thanks. Just draw a fucking eye. If I... What the... I'm just... I'm just gonna Google flat eye. Thanks. Actually, I'll keep him open on the side just in case he has sage advice. Actually, probably not gonna have sage advice. How does he draw shit? How the fuck do people draw on this platform? Jesus. All right, hang on a second. Left eye, and then we go to texture paint, and then we need this going to an image texture, which is going to be Kuro. How do I... What's the name of this Pokemon? Not Pokemon. What's the name of this Digimon that you got, like, up here? What the fuck is his name again? It's like Koro... I think it's Koromon. Koromon.I. And then it needs to have a white background. Yes, it needs to be white. And... yeah, let's just make it 1,000 pixels. And then we open Koro's eye. And... dink. Dink. All right. UV sphere project. Nope, that's not what I want. UV project from view. Hopefully that's what I want. Or there we go. So that's our eye. And oh, actually, hang on. No, what we need to do is shrink. All right. So I need... where the fuck is the halfway point? Here's the halfway point. Jesus, that was fast. Dink. Mark as a seam. And then UV project at the bounds. Clip to bounds, scale to bounds, correct aspect. Unless it's UV on wrap. There we go. But then it swaps to 2. All right, you know what? Forget it. Project from view bounds. I'm going to stick to this. And then... So this is the back of the eye. And I'll just... Yep, so that's the seam, which means if I grab this, I can then shrink this and move you over here into the corner. Yeah, there we go. Rock and roll. Actually, I'll make you just a little bit bigger. Edit. Oh, actually, hang on a second. Sphere 1. Object, select, snap cursor to selected. So then that way I can delete this eye. And then object, snap, selection to cursor. So then that way it's just the same sphere with the thingamadoog. So now I can then go into texture painting. And if I go texture draw, so if I go like something really red, I can then just go like whomp. There we go. Look at that. Alrighty, and then we change it to black, changing the radius down to around about here. Hang on a second. All right, hang on a second. Oh, Kusaki is streaming. Good for him. All right, and then there's Kofi there. All right, new tab. How to draw an eye flat. Um, 3D. Ultimate guide to creating realistic eyes in Blender. Fine, flat eye texture red. All right, images. Let's go with this fella here. Oh, this better not be a... Oh, it's a fucking fake PNG, isn't it? Hang on a second. It's a fake PNG! That's not real transparency! God fucking damn it! Alright, hang on. Why? Why do websites want to bamboozle me like this? How dare you? How dare you bamboozle me like this? Ridiculous. Obscene. Images, save as, blend files, asset library, textures, coromon.us. Yep, save that. All right. Hang on a second. I'm doing all this. Just slam my fist on the table. God damn it, and them fake PNGs. Why the fuck are all my images, like, not doing their thing? Oh, hang on, I can get rid of that. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's not even like the normal JoJo's. Dun, dun, dun. Jo. Alright. They thought I would give up, but they were wrong. Unbeknownst to them, I have fucking Photoshop. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked, shitty PNG distributors. Via layer copy, close that. Save. Wow, fuck you. File, export. Quick export as PNG. Joe, dun, 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 dun.
Go suck
Golden wind. Joe. Golden wind. Alright, this probably doesn't look too good, does it? No. Nah. Alright, hang on a second. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. The key is to go for a little off pink. And there we go. Image, file, export, quick export as PNG, export, there we go. So now, there we go. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Come on. Dun, 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 dun. All right, hang on. Koromon 3D. Okay, so that's how they decide to make them. Joe. Yep, he quite honestly just looks like a fucking sperm gone wrong. This was a mistake. Oh my god, how long is it gonna take to do samples? So, Chad, how has everyone's evening been as I am now, like, waiting for this thing to do one frame? Unless this thing is trying to do more than one frame, in which case, why the fuck is it trying to do more than one frame? Let's see, how's it doing? Jesus Christ, 300 samples out of 1,024. This is why I wanted to do... This is probably one of the reasons why I wanted to do, like, more hard modeling instead of shade sculpting and shit, is because with the thousands of fucking polygons I gotta do, this is what it's gonna end up like. Dun, 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 dun. And I guess we have already made it all the way back to the fucking what's the mahoozy thing? Hands are like no longer working again, which is great. We're now back to the what's mahoozy thing. The words fail me, but we're now back to the lo-fi music. So ding. No more song requests as I now go and do... We're gonna go into Starfield after this. I honestly... So... It is honestly a shame. It's not the worst. Like, considering I was going off of this thing... I guess I did the Uncanny Valley thing of, like, accidentally making it look like a fucking sperm of all things. How do they make... I guess they were able to make this... Oh, you know, here's... So there's a close second. And then... I guess I can make my thing more pink. Actually, maybe that's what I need to do, is I just need to make it more pink. You missed my opportunity to request songs. Yes. You have missed your opportunity because, oh my gosh, it took... This is probably like the second reason why I'm not going to be doing Blender streams for a while, is like this entire body just decides to like fucking break off. I have failed. You have not failed me, okay? No one in chat has failed me, okay? This is a failure upon myself, of all things, more likely than not. All right, image, save as, Blender renders. All right, hopefully there isn't like a penis. No, there isn't. Cool. Colromon 01 PNG alpha, save. All right. If I went for a stronger pink. So if I was more like a 0.75 instead, this was a 0.9. And then this was 0.95. Would it be better if I just stuck to Eevee? Yeah, probably better that I stick to Eevee. There we go. Render image. Save as. So that's a Mark II. And then if I go back to here, change it all the way back to cycles using the GPU compute. Render image. All right, it looks less like a sperm and more like an actual like fucking crazy monster data thing from Digimon. So good to know that just by simply doing a change to the color scheme is enough to make it not be a fucking mistake. Yay. All right, hang on a second. Grab U3, move you over into this window here. Meanwhile, this is still doing samples up the wazoo. My goodness. How's the lag for you guys? I wonder what it looks like for you guys watching this lag going off. Let me see what happens when I go to my own thingamajiggy. Like, because there's obviously like moments where it's not giving you troubles, and then there's other moments where it is. Let's see how quickly we can fuck up this day. All right, so Leap Motion decided to. Eee! All right, so far we are 640 samples down out of 1,024. Unfortunately, if anyone tries to do a VOD of that or a clip of that, they're not going to be able to hear any of, and they're not going to be able to hear any of that. They're just going to see me talking to myself as always and just being like, "Ooh, hands! Look at me being funny with my hands." Absolutely impressive. So yeah. So, but yeah, man. I'm sorry I'm not, like, the best at this. Like, I'm not... I honestly do wish I could just, like, conk out, like, 3 hours into doing Blender and such like that, but it's like... If I don't... Like, if I don't know precisely what I'm doing... Alright, let's see. Let's have a look at the... Blender renders... Scroll all the way to the bottom to get to 9... Alright, so here's Koromon Mark 1, Disgusting Sperm. Okay. That worked. That kind of worked. Alright. Let me head back to the chatting screen while I save all my... I'm actually gonna save that Koromon. Koromon Sculpt. So... I'm saving a lot of my, like, blend files and such like that, just so that for posterity sake. Alright, and then I can close Photoshop, and it's weird thingamadook. No, don't save. Close this. So, yeah. So, like, probably not gonna be doing, like, I thought I could do the Blender art, like, once a week kind of thing, but... Unless I have, like, things in my to-do list after, like, learning and such like that, and then being like, okay, here's what I want to make next and such like that. Because, like, the hard modeling stuff, like, those ones are kind of easy to get into and what have you. But it's like, I don't want to stay only into hard modeling. I want to do the tutorial. I want to learn how to do, like, models and things. You know what Bolster does? She? Hang on. Are they a she? I need to double check this before I fuck up even further. Is it Botster? Hang on a sec. Botster. It just says they're gay. No. She, her. Okay, yep, no, okay. She's a she. Good to know. So yeah, like, I want to, like, try and do, like, her, like, 3D, like, lo-fi thingamaboob as best as I can. And, because, like, I like low-poly stuff because, like, I want to be able to, like, go into games such as, or I want to go into, like, things like VR chat and such and not deal with, like, 10 million, like, pixels and the craziest shaders and such. Like, I want to be able to, like, make a model that it's like, even if you're on a quest, even with the shittiest gear, it's like, you can still see, like, you can still see a model and it doesn't, like, ask the world from you to be able to, like, view it and such like that. So, like, and I very much like this model and what have you, but it's like, some of the stuff I want to try and do with this model, I don't have the faintest idea how to be able to work with it with this. Like, for example, this shirt, for instance, is the exact same shirt that Wolk has made when I first commissioned him to do this. And he made this shirt based off of like grabbing the mesh from my body and extracting it and such like that. And there's like a few like, you know, fiddly issues with this shirt when it's applied to my body because of weight paint and such. And fun fact, the trick to fixing those like clipping issues is just to shrink the body that is under the shirt to be like absolutely tiny, so then that way there's no possible way for it to like clip under the arm, like, you know, where the ribs are and such like that. So, which is great, but then it's like I kind of also want to be able to, you know, not have to do that if I wanted to like make other kinds of attire such as a tank top or a gym thingamadoogie. And doing a cloth sim would be great, but it's like I feel like a cloth sim is always it's only like a worthwhile thing if the body is not a crazy like caricature. Like if the body was like more humanoid than what it is right now with like the big boobies and the massive muscles, maybe cloth sim would work out fine. But with the way the body is and such like that, and how I want to also minimize the amount of the amount of like polygons required to make all the mesh and such, it's like cloth sim is reliant on like a huge number of like polygons and such like that to make, you know, an accurate, lovely looking mesh and such. But then, you know, it's absolute pain on rendering. And then, you know, if you have to like making it game ready and such. And I really like, that's kind of what I desire, is a 3D model that I can use into VTubing and such. So it's visually pleasing, but it's also not going to like ruin like me wanting to like try and push it into video games like Vanaheim or the Oculus Quest on VR chat, those kinds of things. So yeah. And I feel like as much as I like to be able to be like, oh yeah, I want to put once a week, I want to do stuff in Blender. As much as I want to do that, the stuff I am still in a sort of like learning like stage. Like I'm still very like I'm not like Kofu where it's like, ah yes, here's my 3 or 4 reference images and then I'm just gonna go to town for the next hour and a half doing blocking and such like that. I don't feel like I'm there yet where I can confidently just get my references, do the work, and then I'm good. I think I'm very much still in like the learning phase of like, okay, let me follow a tutorial, pause it, try to do the things, resume it, and then, you know, back and forth, which isn't like conducive to like a streaming environment. Like, I don't know if that's something you guys would prefer and such, because just looking at other people doing art streams and what have you, I feel like, you know, the art streams are for, you know, people in their element and such like that, rather than people who are just simply, you know, learning to like you're not going to find someone that's painting by color and putting that down as like an art stream, or at least maybe not. Hang on a second. If I go to the art stream right now, is there going to be a paint by numbers? Let's see. All right, so here's art. Nope, so proper work there. I think they're talking about stuff, but they might be doing rigging. 3D stuff there. Proper work here. Proper work there. Work. Discussion on... might be trying to do something. Art. I remember this guy. 2D VTubers, art. Like, no one here is, you know, painting by numbers. And I definitely do not want to be the first person just going into here and being like, yeah, I'm gonna paint by numbers. It's like, no, that's not conducive. The person is doing some funny art stuff. Oh, that one's doing like some cool rig, like some animations and such. That's a butt.
Alivrius with the 5-month tier 1 sub. Now draw him with huge ziddies.
Thank you, Alivirus, for the gifted sub. You do not have to worry about advertisement, and you get to keep using all these fun emotes. Thank you so much for subbing during September. But yeah, like there's a lot of people that are in their element here. Like there's none of this, you know, oh, I'm learning on the stream or something like that, like what I was doing, where it's like, oh, even if I need to, like, I don't have a chance to, you know, just do. I don't have the thing to be able to like do the thing I want and not stop what I'm doing. Go to a YouTube video explaining it to me and such like that. Like, yeah, that's where I'm at. Where I'm just sort of like, I don't want to open up a YouTube video on stream, but because overall, I'm in the camp where I don't want to have my content sitting on, hey, let me grab a YouTube video and get that playing. That can be content. It's like I don't want to get into that. I'm not a professional critiquing like, you know, art or video games or you know, psychiatry or any of that kind of stuff. There's no benefit in me doing reactions to YouTube content. Like it's not there yet. Like the most like, oh, opinion like kind of thing I will do is maybe doing tier charts and such, but I don't want to like get into a thing of like, oh, I don't know how to do this 3D stuff. Let me play a YouTube video while I'm streaming on someone doing the 3D stuff. Because like then you're better off just, you know, going to that person for the 3D stuff. But you're here. Like you're not here for the 3D person. You're here for, hopefully you're here for me instead of my zitties. You got pay today and you can splurge thanks to lucky timing. Nice work, Alivirus. But do be responsible with your money, okay? All right, you know what? Let's get the Starfield running. So, yeah, because an hour and a half of like art and chatting. Granted, there was probably like 10 minutes where I wasn't even doing anything. But yeah, like there's probably just going to be a hiatus on art streams until I feel a little more confident in doing them. Either because I find out what part of 3D I actually do want to commit to and have that be the regular thing, as opposed to just, you know, oh, here's me trying to make something and failing every step of the way. You already am. Just happens I got my previous bond back in full and I don't need to spend my pay slip towards rents this fortnight. Hey, nice work. Rent and bond is a very difficult thing to like, you know, manage and such in Australia at the very least. It's really annoying because like some places are like, oh, you need to have like 4 weeks of bond and you need to pay up 2 weeks ahead of time. And it's like, what the fuck? I thought the point of the, like, getting the bond is sometimes hard enough. You want me to get the bond and 2 weeks rent on top of that? That's 6 weeks worth of rent. That's a month and a half worth of money that you're wanting me to have for moving in. And that's after I've moved out of the other place where I might not get my bond back. Like, Jesus. It's insane and you hate it. Yeah. I hate it too. Alrighty. Alright, so I need to click this, click that, click this, go back to here, go to there. I also need to delete the, there we go. Alrighty. Pause the music. End user agreement. I am not gonna read that. And swap over to Starfield. Some viewer, yep, that's fine. Head empty, hands. We're tired trying to make art. So. Dink. Confirm. Oh wait, what am I doing? There's an advertisement that's about to start in like 30 seconds. I'm probably better off not having done that. God damn it. Hang on. There we go. Good old Alt F4. I'm going to start the good old Alt F4. There's an advertisement that's going to start. Once the advertisement is done, then we go and do like the Starfield shit. That makes a little more sense. Also, can I just start Starfield from here? Yes, I can. Awesome. You just imagine a buff little Avalie in your colors, and you gotta be honest, it looks pretty good, not gonna lie. What? What in the world is an Avalie? No idea what that is. Any whoosies. Where's the advertisement notification? I do not see the advertisement. A Valley, it's a VR chat avatar. Yeah, this model here is for like VR chat as well.
Chat has come together and thinks you should do 10 squats during the break.
Alrighty, here we go. Space Raptors. Ah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's the 10 squats. That way I don't have to worry about advertisement going off as we start this game. But yeah. Excuse me. And once again, pause the music. I'm gonna say every 30 minutes. Save on rest, save on wait, save on travel. Full screen, dynamic resolution. Ooh, ultra settings. Oh, this uses... Interesting, it uses AMD's like FS thingy-ma-dig. Film grain intensity. Depth of field effects, no thanks. Floating numbers, show damage numbers. These will likely give me... Alright, here we go. So, voices are 100, effects are down to like 40, I'm gonna say. Music is 60. Footsteps of the player are 60 as well. Footsteps of others are 80. Alrighty, out of ads, so good now. Yeah, no, exactly. That's why I have like the little yellow bar at the bottom for those that are subscribers and don't have advertisement, and the little thingamajiggy in the top left, and why I do the squats. Alrighty, now we can go and play the game. Bethesda Game Studios. Also, I just realized I don't have my, normal, what's-my-whoozy thing. There we go. Snap that there. Oh my goodness. They have decided... Hang on. I also need to, unpin that message. There we go. Neat. May 7th, 23:30. Alrighty, alrighty. Oh, this is mining ship gloomy, isn't it?
Seals are good. Oxygen's good. Just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule. Hella, what's my one simple rule?
Listen to Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly. Listen to me. Mining's just like any other job. Go steady, go safe, go home with a pocket full of credits at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. It's just like, I work in the Stardock. Except, with more cave-ins, lasers, and accidental dismemberment.
Accidental?
helpful. Thank you.
Oh,
You're
now I
gonna
can
be
move the camera.
fine. Your first outing was solid. And, you know, let's be honest, it ain't exactly astrophysics.
That's why I keep him around. Good
Nyom.
pep talks.
Yeah, and the fact that I can pinpoint a helium deposit from 300 meters.
Not untrue.
Look at that.
Shame we won't find any down here. But the metal deposits alone should pay for our own helium. Hell, after this, we'll have enough jump fuel to bounce from one end of the settled systems to the next.
Hey, more minerals, more money. And so the cycle repeats itself. Just no more unauthorized jumps in the house for rune space, okay?
He's just a big baby. There are worse lives. You
There's
know,
a lot of
most
exposition
countries don't
dumping
even
going
make it
off
this far.
here.
I have a good feeling about you.
Group hug now or at the end of the shift?
One of these days, Hella, I am going to leave you behind.
Promises, promises.
Oh! I should get a space helmet. Hang on a second. Where is my space helmet? Hang on a second. Sci-fi helmet. And helmet. There we go. All right, do we want to go with this sci-fi helmet, or do we want to... Nah, we're going to go with the sci-fi helmet, because then that way the ears don't do a thingy-madoogie. Space helmet engaged. Damien Haas? I have no clue who Damien Haas is.
Let's see what we've got.
So, Lynn... Heller...
A little longer. Grab some samples?
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Sir Dragon.
But not you. Check on Isabel. Make sure she eases up on the breach. I don't feel like getting buried alive today.
Roger that.
Remember, Dusty, keep your breathing steady.
Oh no!
Oxygen processors don't extend this far.
Yeah, because God
My
forbid
walking
you're
speed
on a
is
long-
faster than their walking speed.
Knowing
Look
I
at
last
this.
working in Freestar Collective space?
Oh my god.
A job like this in the United Colonies? Huh. Reams of red tape. Ugh. Look at this one over here. Calvert! No! No. It's a laser, not a sledgehammer. Ease up! Benning, if you got...
Why do they do this?
Be a millionaire.
Damien is male Shez from Fire Emblem. A Smosh cat. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's someone from Smosh is doing shit outside of Smosh.
You get your cut. No exceptions. Come on, pick it up. Troy, what's the deal?
Minimal at this point. Occasional glimmer, but it's weak.
What do you think? Stay the course?
No, ma'am. Juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Oh my gosh.
Tapped. Why don't you move over to that big vein we looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
This game is gonna really test my... Am I willing to stand beside NPCs that are not faster than me? Like, look at me. I think I'm now in, like, normal sprint mode as well, which is even worse.
Dusty, you're up. Take that cutter you grabbed and mine what you can. Metal deposits are in that cavern. I'll shout out when I need you.
Alrighty then, cool.
I'm busy. Got anyone else to bother?
2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
How'd they sucker you to join? Fall for the fancy pamphlet?
1.
They're ready for us. Get back up here.
Oh, nice. The laser, like...
You got a few more digs
Refills.
before I feel like talking to you.
Oh, and you can sprint.
You're with me.
Alrighty. Yep. So my movement... So my walking speed is faster than their walking speed. Like, look at me go. Why do games do this? Why do games not match up our speeds like this? Like, is there a reason that they're like, oh yeah, the walk... Like, I've only seen this done in, like, Assassin's Creed Revelations, where when you have this quest that's like, oh, you need to follow this person. If they're a friendly NPC, you literally just need to be right beside them, and then your character will just automatically walk at the same speed as theirs. So you don't have to move the control stick or anything. You can move it if you want to, like, move outside of their normal pathing, but hot damn. I've only seen Revelations do this, and I don't know why in sections like these, they don't just make it an option. Like, just make me latch on and piggyback off this person's speed, please. Don't make me moderate my own speed. I'm not on a controller. Alright? I'm on a keyboard. The W has one speed on. Yep, got stuck on a stalagmite there. Like, look at this.
We're getting close, I think. Yeah, everything is just... Lynn, seriously, there's something really effed up about this.
Wait, what happens if I...
Through there, I think.
Oh my...
Okay, you're up. Something goes wrong in there, we'll come get you.
Why would anything go wrong?
This is when the intrusive thoughts come in.
Jobs. Client is on his way.
Oh my gosh. All right. Now we're getting into the I don't care what the mission log says. I'm sprinting.
Still getting weird gravity readings. I guess that's a good thing. Just keep going.
Do you see anything?
Yes, I do. I really couldn't give a shit because you're giving me the option to like mine this beryllium, which is definitely going to be like some easy thing. Nice. All right, come on. Oh, god damn it. Do I really need, like, a full thingamadoog to... Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Nice. Come on. Serious? I wonder if Todd Howard picked up on the fact that there was going to be Minecraft boys that were going to be like, I see there's an alien rock. I don't care. I'm picking up the mining goods. Like, look at this. Oh, am I meant to? Oh, neat. I'm actually meant to break up this. Oh no! Space! Oh wow, that's actually quite a bit of space.
Dusty, snap out of it.
Great.
Hey, come on. Come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out.
Cool. Thanks for being a dick.
New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
Yay, we can now edit things. God, that... Let's see. How many customizations do they have before I... 18, 19, 20, 21... Wait, was that Aloy? No, that's not Aloy. Okay. For a second there, I thought they were just like, let's just throw characters that are from popular franchises into the character creator. All right, so that's 1, that's 2. I'm gonna go with 3. Oh my god, you can make him like proper heavy or... Alright, I'm gonna make him a little more on the heavy side. No, keep that. And then that's the weird hip thing. And then there's the So we can have a real pale. Oh my gosh. Big brain. No, all right. Let's just go with a relatively wide. Also, why do you give us a hairstyle and you don't zoom out the face enough for us to see? Oh, there we go. For a second there, I thought there was like because it doesn't say zoom down in the bottom right. All right, here we go. So hair. All right, hang on. So one is no hair, and then we've got buzz, balding, weird. I kind of like this one, to be honest with you. That one's a bit too much. I don't like... Oh, wait, hang on. And then more balding stuff. That windswept is pretty good. All right, so we got 23. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so 23, 14. Let's go for 10. And then we'll go for this, and then facial hair. There we go. Ooh, eyes. Hang on. Nah, I'll just stick to that. And then eye color. Is there something that's like a really strong blue? So 7 is our closest. And... Alright, let's stick to 7. I thought there would be like a lot more... Nope, we'll always go for the little cut thing. Oh my god, you have so many, like, options. There we go. Oh, you could really ruin his teeth. That's amazing. Ah!
Ripper 253 with the 3-month tier 1 sub. Why is it called a starfield when it's clearly an orchid?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you so much, Ripper, for the 3-month sub. You don't have to deal with advertisement, and you get to have all the fun emotes that we normally use. Thank you for doing it during September. How is it going? Dun 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 dun. All right, so we got this. This is beautiful. Thank you. You're getting better now? Hey, that's good. That's good. I'm just looking at... Hoop, stud, eye thingy-madiggies, nose. Nah, I'm gonna stick to no jewelry. I don't know why. I'm a no jewelry kind of person. All right, Beast Hunter. From the Ashta of Akala to the terramorphs that plague the whole of the settled systems, hostile alien life abounds. You've learned to earn the skills to track them, finding them, and taking them down. In-games and the increased lung gained by regular fitness regimen is essential to survival. Combat medic, cyber runner, diplomat, explorer, gangsta, homesteader, industrialist, lone hauler, long hauler, pilgrim, Ronin. Okay. There are those who can find just about anything, and their successes abound. Ballistic weapon systems, industrialist, homesteader, gangsta. I think. Access to new world means access to new ingredients, and there's almost no limit to the delicious food and drink a talented chef can prepare. Let's go for... let's go for Pilgrim. Just moving around all the time. Now that you're my biggest fan again, thank you. Can we get a shout out for Ripper, please? Alrighty, and then we can choose 3 traits. As a result, you start with increase, but aren't as effective. Dream home. You own a luxurious. Unfortunately, it comes with 125,000 with jail bank that has to be paid weekly. Extrovert. You're a people person. Exerting yourself uses less oxygen when adventuring with human companions, but more when adventuring alone. Introvert. You really need your alone time. Exerting yourself uses less oxygen when adventuring alone, but more when adventuring with other humans. Lol. Space. Your accumulated space. Health and oxygen are increased when in space, but decreased when on the surface. Taskmaster. Occasionally, if you have crew trained in a certain ship system, that system will automatically repair itself in full health whenever it is damaged below 50%. However, all crew cost twice as much to hire. You gain access to special United Colonies dialogue options and better rewards from some missions given by the faction. However, crime bounty by other factions is greatly increased. Interesting. Alive and well, and you can visit them at home, but you will automatically send 2% of your credits home to them every week. He'll join you. Hero worshipped. The temptation is there, but no. United Colonies native. Let's see. What's Serpent? You grew up worshipping the Great Serpent. Grav jumping provides a temporary boost to health and oxygen. Can be lowered if you don't continue jumping regularly, like an addiction. A raised universal. You grew up as a member of the Sanctum Universum. You gain access to a special chest full of items in the Sanctum Universum in New Atlantis, but lose access to the House of the Enlightened. No idea what the House of the Enlightened is. You gain access to a special... Oh, these are all, like, early shit. Okay. What's Empath? Increase in combat performing actions that they don't like will have the precise opposite effect. Is there no downside to this one? Special free star and better rewards for some missions given by the faction. Spaced, Taskmaster, and Wanted. Someone put a price on your head and word is spread. Occasionally, armed mercenaries will show up and try to kill you, but being cornered gives you an edge. When your health is low, you do extra damage. Sweet. Does it have to be all 3? Oh, these are optional. Hang on a second. I feel like this is a trap. I feel like the hero worship thingy-madiggy is a trap. Dream home occurs a very... You know what? I'm going to put the Wanted on there. And get rid of the United Colonies native. And put in Freestar. Like... An adoring fan. Yeah, look at this. You've earned the attention of an annoying, adoring fan who will show up randomly and jabber at you incessantly. On the plus side, he'll join your ship's crew and give you gifts. I feel like the gifts wouldn't really be worth that much. So yeah, so we're gonna be an introvert from the Freestar Collective, who's wanted. Unless, hang on a second, Freestar Collective. Yeah. Name. GrantZeebs. Nice. Wait, can I not change from he, him? Oh. Hit enter. Nice.
I forgot you listed pilgrim on your application. Don't see many people on spiritual journeys in this line of work.
Yeah, I can't stay in
Well,
one
you got the
spot.
sample. Client's on his way, then we all get paid. You remember anything that happened?
Like a dream or a
Easy
vision.
there, high flyer. Probably just the endorphins kicking in when you passed out. Don't go having an experience on me. You'll walk it off. More importantly, we got what we were looking for.
All this trouble for that stupid thing?
Oh, they just snapped us to the other guy
Sure don't look like much.
instead of keeping him
Never
zoomed
mind
out.
what it looks like.
So this is the
More of this mine is
Bethesda.
pulled in all month.
This is the
Will
Bethesda
be-
look again.
Speak of
Because
the
I thought
dead.
they were going to keep us here. Press mouse 3. Ah, there we go. Meow.
Whoa. You don't
Our
look
constellation contact is on approach.
Wait, the Explorers group? I thought they were kind of a joke.
Not a joke. You're just too young to know better.
Hey, I'm just saying they got a reputation. Hell, I bet half the crew here doesn't even believe they really exist.
Half the crew doesn't believe Earth exists, but it's still there. Same with Constellation.
Nice.
Yeah, but
Just
come
trying to
on.
get through my shift.
Exploring space?
You all right?
Who does that anymore? Ain't
Need
the space
some
we've already
coffee
got
or
complicated
something?
enough?
Got a packet around here somewhere.
Hey, that was my sandwich.
Fuck you. At least they have the goal to be like, hey, that was my sandwich. All right, yellow flight dart.
Lynn sure seems to like you. Guess she would know.
Supervisor's log supplemental. Still day 2 of them.
Being
Just
the boss.
picking
and
up
all.
everything that I can. Hey, a lemon. Coffee mug, vacuum tape, vacuum tape. Vacuum tape is pretty much just duct tape, I'm imagining here. Get fucked.
What? Ah, I'm working.
There we go. And then... Fine, let's get moving.
All right, Dusty.
This
Hello.
game is not going to do well with my kleptomania. Press tab to open the data menu. Select the area in the lower right to access your inventory. Select the helmet. Oh, do I have to like put it on manually? Seriously? That's kind of cool. And then, yep. And then deep space. And then we got a cutter. Extractor jumpsuit, bellium. Hey, at least we kept the bellium, which is nice, and the cellulite with a high value. That was a good job. All right. Nice. Come on.
Client is here. Let's go.
Nice. All right. Once again,
Not
I'm
interested.
moving faster than
Whatever it
Lynn.
This has been a good run. You lucked out being picked up for this one.
Game developers, if you're gonna make us walk with people,
Really?
at least either have them running or, you know,
It's classic. Come on, let's do this.
game. Oh my god, that was a big jump. I didn't realize the jump would be like, unless this is a gravity thing. Hello. This individual is busy. Yeah, because I'm running faster than everyone else. Red Dead Redemption with its hold sprint and you match speed automatically was so nice. Yeah, no, exactly. Especially with, like with horses and everything like that. Whereas in this game, it's like... They should not let me move around like this.
Man,
Look at me.
Been a long time.
yes it has.
You
That mine on Bendy, right?
Kazal, hellhole, like this place. Rare mineral contract. Your tastes are a bit more sophisticated now, huh?
So, you found something?
Right here. The new guy found it.
Yep,
That's
that's
right.
me. I'm the new guy.
And everything went cool? Just like grabbing those minerals on Bendy?
Kazal. And no Barrett. Not cool. He passed out after the extraction. Woke up saying all kinds of nonsense.
Yeah, I had a trip.
Is that right,
Oh,
cowboy?
now we're stuck in.
Went on a trip, huh?
You could call it that.
That fun, huh? Not the most gentle push into the great mysteries of space, but hey, been there.
Look,
Nice.
just hand over the credits, and I'll be
Chad has
happy
come
to
together
never
and
see
thinks you
this
should do
thing
10 squats
or
during the
you
break.
ever again.
That's why I like you, Lynn. All business.
Alrighty then. 10 squats. Here we go. Big stretch! Big stretch! IJ Cat. Hang on, put you back there. Alrighty, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you for the 10 squats. Thank you for the 10 squats. How did you get Starfield to work on stream? I just started playing the game. That's it. Like, this is only like the first 30 minutes, by the by. I spent the first hour and a half in this stream, like, doing a little bit of art. Failed at it. Probably not gonna do it ever again on stream for a little while. Some people have been having issues capturing, but you think there was a patch yesterday. Well, that's what happens when you pay $120 premium to play a game ahead of time. It's not going to have everything working.
Scanners on the frontier are reporting a ship coming in hot from orbit.
I really thought I lost them.
There we are.
Barrett?
Holy shit! That's the Crimson Fleet!
Weapons! Everybody get ready!
Cookie for JCat. Oh my god.
We've got this!
Okay, stick to cover. Stick to cover.
Okay, holding tab opens up the... And that's the quests. I opens inventory. Nice. Here we go.
Let's
I
do
need
this!
some help
Things are
here!
looking good for you!
We're losing! This is bad!
Let's try again!
Punch the idiot! Now what?
Keep off!
Ow. Oh, whoops.
You can't see!
Got some more in!
Taking fire! My eyes! My eyes!
Nice try.
That's the best you can do?
I can't believe that happened.
Yep. This is the best I can do. There we go. Now to search everyone. Nice. There is going to be a lot of inventory that I'm going to be like, what does this do? Cutter thingamadoogie. I don't really have a need for 2 cutters. Oh, thank you for the ammunition. Alright, both pirates there are dead. Were there any other pirates I had to worry about? No, not from the looks of it. Oh, there's a pirate. Nice.
Believe me, a quiet job on a rock.
Now that was some fine work under pressure.
I literally just ran forward. Also, what did it just say? My friend has been struggling with it for the past 40 minutes.
Coming with me to
He
Constellation.
downloaded about, and on the same day, apparently I have 20 hours a day of free time to play all these games if you ask my hard drive. I don't know if you have 20 hours a day free time. If you take me what is Constellation anyway?
You ever stare up at the stars at night wondering what's out there? Well, that's us. That's where we go.
Righto.
Marvelous.
Oh, no, Barrett. No. You think you're just going to take off after the mess you caused?
Yes.
All right. I guess I did just put you all on the Crimson Fleet hit list. How about I stay and I send your Dusty here in my place? I know, but he's not some miner anymore, Lynn.
What?
Soon as he touched that rock, something changed. Don't tell me you can't feel it.
I can't feel a thing.
Fine. It's a deal. Get out of here, Dusty. You're on to bigger things. Now that we've been attacked, we've got to pack up and move on. Argos will come for the rest of us. You get going.
Sounds good. Thanks for
Just
everything.
go. Before I say...
Well, now that that's settled. Vasco, get him to the lodge. No deviations unless absolutely necessary, okay? Protocol Indigo.
Indigo. Again. Very well.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there. And it even tells the time.
Yay, a watch. Nice. Chrono mark.
Hey, look at that. The watch fits you perfectly. Now, questions?
It's a watch. They're meant to fit whatever wrists you can. You giving me your ship?
Technically, it's not even mine. Consider it a loan. Vasco will keep you on course.
Barrett went to space after they beat Shinra and Sephiroth. I don't know if this is the same Barrett, but sure.
See, that's the problem with the settled systems. Too easy to take everything for granted. While everyone else is busy playing politics, we're the ones braving the unknown.
He has both his arms.
The vastness of space. Without us, the galaxy.
I'm pretty sure Barrett is like missing an arm because like one of them is like a giant Gatling gun thingy.
That, my friend, is the million-credit question. And Constellation can find the answer. With your help.
Good to know. Why was the Crimson Fleet after
Just
you?
Following the loot, like pirates do. And I have something of a reputation as a loot collector.
He's a scavenger. Alright. Exit.
And Vasco, don't let him break my ship.
Alright, here we go. Jump. Board the frontier.
Captain, I assume you know how to fly a Class A starship. As Barrett likes to say, it's as easy as learning to ride a bike. I will attempt to boost the shields, just in case there are any difficulties.
Noted.
You know the drill, Vasco. Protocol call indigo means no deviations, no distractions, no dalliances, in short, no fun. Unless, as strictly defined by Sarah, said deviations, distractions, and dalliances are completely necessary in getting this fine vessel, the Discovery-class Starship Frontier, back home in one piece. I guess I'm still technically borrowing it from Constellation, even if I have no intention of actually giving it back.
Barrel mods, grips, optics, muzzle. Nice. Oh, I need items. Okay, that would make a little more sense. Okay, so I need a lot of stuff. Is there a place for me to drop all my, like, loot? Hang on. There's gotta be some place I can... Alright, so not there. Pot, an opened container, my bed, a broken Constellation space helmet, nightwear, med pack, Chunks hat, hydraulic press. Alright, I guess we're opening the hatch. We're having a look around. Alright, so that's fire extinguisher. Nice. So we can... Alright, Q. Resources. And then miscellaneous shit. So artifact Ida. Deck of cards. Hey, it's a 0.52 for 52. Some foam cups. Sort by name, sort by value, sort by mass. There we go. Notes. Aid. Immobilizer. Designed to provide rigid support to injured limbs. Nice. Okay, and then we got the one helmet. A lead line pirate survival pack. Interesting. Pirate charger, pirate assault. Eon, maelstrom, a rescue axe, and a rib shank. Sweet. Sounds good to me. A bitten sandwich. Yeah, that's one of the thingies. Hang on a second. Aid. A bitten sandwich, chunk apple, and a lemon. Once again, we're gonna have the good old classic pause the middle of combat 80 wheels of cheese.
Shields ready. The rest is up to you.
Alright, flick all the switches, and let's start our flying adventure. Yeah, nose. Yeah. Yuck. 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 Oh, this is where we are. Okay, cool. The fuck are we going?
In orbit, it might be wise to test all controls and systems to ensure they are not on the verge of catastrophic failure. I can step you through the entire process, or if you're already an experienced pilot, just power up all the systems, and we'll be on our way.
Hold Alt to switch between systems and allocate. You can skip the ship tutorial by powering up all systems, including the grav.
Each system on a ship requires power. Allocating power is under your direct control. Let's go over the engines. engines control our maximum speed. Try increasing and decreasing our relative velocity. A ship's engine has a sweet spot for better handling during turns. Draw your attention to the HUD. You'll notice a speed indicator in the lower left with a gauge that goes up and down as you adjust the throttle. Try to center the gauge so that it lines up with the center of the vertical bars to its right. Boosts can be engaged for temporary bursts of speed. Let's turn our attention to the shields. Try adjusting power to the shields. Notice more power increases their strength. Shields protect the ship from hull damage. Without a hull, will be vaporized. Shield health is displayed in the lower right. Hull damage is below it.
Yep.
You've proven an adequate pilot. Are you familiar with ship combat tactics? Because that's a Crimson Fleet ship bringing its weapons to bear. We will need to disable their shields. Laser-based weaponry is particularly effective.
You're done!
If you can keep the enemy ship centered on the HUD, we can lock in to fire a homing missile. The enemy shields are down, Captain. Ballistic weaponry excels at damaging the hull once shields are offline.
Easy.
Congratulations on surviving your first Starship assault, Captain. We should search the wreckage for spare parts and other salvage. You will need to fly close to it before we can access the remains.
Fly close and press E to loot them. Oh, hang on. I wasn't meant to hold E, I was just meant to press it. Okay.
Two more Crimson Fleet ships are jumping into our location, Captain.
Maximum to shields, increase our laser. Alright, let's get this far one out of the way. Oop, Jesus.
Amount of Crimson Fleet hostility has been far more than anticipated. At this rate, the odds of continual assault from their ships are high enough to jeopardize our mission. In short, they are after the frontier and will not stop. We will need to deal with the local Crimson Fleet captain. A recent scan indicates an abandoned facility on the nearby moon of Crete, a perfect staging area for pirates.
Okay, hang on. Before we... Let me loot shit, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Where the fuck did the thing go? Give me a second. There was an opportunity for me to grab some shit, and I don't see it anymore. Oh, wait, there it is. Why? Why do you make this difficult? There we go. Alrighty, cool. If there's some way to, like, increase the range at which I can grab shit, I will most certainly grab that. It might be the gravity thing for all I know. Oh wait, hang on. Where the fuck am I? Oh, I need to travel to Crete. Easy enough to do. Man, who knew trying to travel through space would be this fucking hard?
We have arrived in orbit. The abandoned facility with our Crimson Fleet captain is on the surface.
Alright, so this is our ship. Gravitation loop field array. Oh, okay, so this is our jump range, which really we can definitely reduce that. And then these are our skills. We don't have any more skill points, so... Planet View gives you more information about the environment, lets you scan the planet for resources, and helps you locate key landing sites. Rotate the map until the Crete Research Lab icon is viewed view, and click to land there. So many menus to go from, like, one thing to the next. It's definitely not like No Man's Sky where you can just go in and out.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Excuse me. Alright, let's get out of the ship.
Captain, Protocol Indigo dictates that I am to return to the Lodge with no deviations. We are here to stop the... I have often asked Barrett that same question at various times, and about various individuals that wanted to cause us harm. The most likely answer is that Barrett personally insulted him, typically by continuing to live, usually after escaping from certain death, and often with an object multiple people wanted.
Alright, fair enough.
Commencing item.
Alright, so. The Skiv laser. Alright, let me give you... Cookie for Imp Gimp! Wait, does it say Imp Gimp? Imp G-I-M-P. Yeah. I was wondering for a second. Okay, and then... Trade? Trade? Trade. That way you've got those things. Alrighty, let's go.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction.
Always worth getting some extra resources. Moving.
Be careful, Captain. Alien creatures are often unpredictable. Enemy detected in the immediate vicinity. I am no longer detecting signs of life from the enemy.
Nice. Oh, that's a big jump. Nice. Oh, let's see. More things to scan. Hi there, Miss Sonic. Welcome to the stream. I am exploring. And I am making big jumps. Look at me. Big jump. A raid! Hi! Hi there, Alias. Welcome, everyone. And welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I started the stream trying to do Blender art. I didn't do a good job. I'm probably going to take a break from doing art. And I decided to swap over to playing Starfield because that's what everyone is playing. And I also wanted to know what this Bungie game was like. How's it going, Alias? Okay, hopefully I don't get damaged on the fall. Nope, doesn't look like I get damaged on the fall, which is nice. Alright. There we go. Sleepy and scared of 3D. Fair enough, C's. Wait, why are you scared of 3D? You're the good one at 3D. You're doing the, what's-a-mahoozy? You're doing, like, the model and the cool curly hair and such like that? All I did was, hang on a second, let me get I tried making, actually, I'll show you the image, and you tell me what I was trying to make and whether I did a good job, okay? Alright? I want brutal honesty here. ZBrush is evil. I wasn't even using ZBrush. I was using Blender. I don't have ZBrush. I don't have the money for ZBrush. I have the money for Blender, and that's it. Now, tell me, what is this? This thing. It's gonna be up here until someone explains it. Koromon from Digimon. Yes, it is. It's Koromon for Digimon. I'm gonna be real with you. It's spooky. I can't do the teeth justice, and I feel real bad when trying to do this. It's not rigged or anything either. And the eyes are like, blah. Not a fan of the eyes. Don't mind me as I'm collecting more silver. So yeah.
I am hit.
Okay, do not... Alright, let me get rid of the Koromon. There we go. So yeah. So that's what I made during the stream. I'm not 100% confident with my skills. Just a little hyper-realistic. Yeah, it was. And the attempt in trying not to be hyper-realistic is difficult when I don't have the artistic skills to be cause... Ooh, hello. Cause, like, if I'm not, like, creative or what have... Oh, wait, there's an advertisement going off. No one is hearing what I'm saying. Some days I wish I had boobs. Although I do not know if it's because I actually do want boobs or if I just want a girlfriend. I think it's more the fact that I want a girlfriend. I think that's where I'm at. Is I just really want a girlfriend, and it's like I'm finding it very hard to, like, you know, like myself for what I am. So it's like, how can I, if I don't find the confidence in myself, how am I ever going to? No, Masonic, you heard nothing. Some days you want. Just all caps from Alias, just like, what? What? No one should hear anything while there's advertisement going off, okay? No one should hear anything while there's advertisement going off for another 30 seconds. Alrighty, dust root. I'm just exploring when I don't really need to. And look at me, just picking up shit as I go along. Alright, so I need to go to there. That's fine. Hey! Ooh. Gotta pick up as much iron as we can. So, but yeah. Do you ever have that, chat, where it's like, you have like this time to make my Sona less buff? Why? What's the...
The Crimson Fleet.
There we go.
Smaller, independent pirate crews, all flying under the same banner. They are typically unscrupulous and violent.
Is there a way for me to, like, change my... Oh, I can zoom in. It's not a big zoom in, but it's still a zoom in. Alrighty, Is there any more resources I can... Oh, more iron. Here we go. So yeah, why make the Sona less buff? Take the wire spool. Can I laser any of this shit? Reactive garbage, a pipe wrench, impact drill, and a fire extinguisher. F. Oh, interesting. It swaps to the cutter. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Alright, take that. Poison Kraken. Oh, it's an elite pistol. Okay, okay. Ding. Is there a way for me to, like, be able to hold more than one, weapon so I can swap to them quickly? Because that would be nice. You're kidding? Alright, alright, cool. Alias is still gonna have muscle. Excellent to hear. But yeah, like, I just wasn't very confident in my skills as a 3D artist and such. And seeing other people on stream being able to, like, sort of just be in the zone, doing their craft and such, is very different to how I go through my 3D. Because I'm like, I'm doing the thing, I'm watching a 3D tutorial, doing the thing, 3D tutorial, doing the thing, 3D tutorial, and maybe I'll get distracted with a TikTok and what have you. So my ways of going through like art on the stream is not, you know, it's not exact, and is not something I feel like I could replicate, because then there would come a point where I'm just doing streams where I'm watching YouTube videos, and I don't want to do that. Like, I don't think that's worthwhile to do on stream. The following is the opening of Camille Flammarion's 1894 work, Omega, The Last Days of the World, in which a comet is set to collide with the Earth in the 25th century, and people must come to terms with the end of the world and what that actually means. Oh, it gives you, like, the first chapter. That's cool. And a cube. Empty chunks. Alrighty. Oh, what's in this one? Oh, nothing. Alrighty.
Curious. These are United Colonies markings, but we are in Freestar Collective space. It then stands to reason that this was once a secret UC facility.
Mm-hmm. That's a weird camera. It's still early days for the Bethesda thing of figuring out what is stuff that I actually need to pick up and what is just useless junk. Because I will be real with you, sometimes I am tempted to getting a styrofoam container, but I'll pick up the spoon while I'm at it. Oh. Alright, history of xenobiology. Cool. Another notepad, notebook, a portable desk fan. Thank you. Genetic samples. Medical thingamadoog. Imagine if crafting in this game required random items and like, okay, random as in more like, you know, the junk they have around here, because it's actually used in the thingy-madig. Alrighty. Ooh, mixing bowl. Protein snack.
What the hell is going on here? Oh, yeah, just keeping an eye on things, like you said. Yeah? You'd better. Brogan said if you see anything that isn't fleet, it dies. You were hearing me? Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. We got it. What the hell? Gonna take you down! Oh, did you take this guy down?
Yeah, you guys aren't strong. This is gonna be... Oh, wait. 0. To do some heals. Always double check the bathrooms. Hey, antibiotics, thank you. You're dead. You're dead. The fuck is this? Drink your dreams. Orange. Alrighty.
I repeat, the terror morphe's loose. Do not engage. If you can reach
Yep, someone had some issues.
That was the best.
Classic United Colonies. Put something in a game
One more time.
Alrighty, so. Colonists are dying. Hey, what's this? A standard unit field ration in bulk. Plus 8 carry capacity in 8 minutes.
Bonker.
Ow! Alrighty. Excuse me while I just, like, explore all around and steal your shit. Tape measure! Caseless. And Grendel, Eon. Nice. But my god, this flashlight is shit. I don't know how I feel about, like, a really high emission flashlight like this with such a narrow field. Alien bug. Paperweight. Alrighty, here we go. Nope, that's boarded up. Nice.
Huh? Wait. Get your damn head down! You're gonna pay for that!
Oh. Fuck was that?
I am picking up faint signs of life in the area.
That's cool. Can you, like, point me to the
This one's mine.
Ah, there's the... Yeah. Yay!
You were trying to kill me, but I am not technically alive.
Oh my god, the level up music is real jamming at it.
You want some more? I need to keep your head down!
Peace is no longer a viable option.
There we go. I keep pressing O instead of 0 for the heals. Because that's what the tutorial said to use, was 0 instead of O. Alright, pick up a lot of credits. Ooh, a weapons case. Equinox and some laser fire. Nice. Alright, some weird alien shit. Ooh, can I scan the alien thing? No, I cannot. Shame. I cannot scan the alien thing. Scientists are dead, left and right. Ooh, hang on. Is there something here? Nope, just random Hello Sam buttons. Do I want to lean back? Maybe that's what I want to do. Here we go, yeah.
Listen up. We got someone trying to jump our score. Hold them off here while Brogan sets up on the roof. I'm on it. No one's getting through.
Alright, inventory, weapon. Alright, so the Rattler uses 27. Let's try Equinox.
While I am programmed for...
There we go.
Lock and load! Head up! I got you! Light 'em up!
Exoskeleton damaged.
We're in over our heads! Want to try that on me?
Oh! So, what am I in the game? I'm just a human. I am a human that touched an artifact, the artifact liked me, and now I'm trying, you know, to get to something called the Collective.
Damaged.
And it is not too difficult. Hang on a second, let me just reload real quick. Hello.
I'm in over my head! Oh, no. No way.
Alright, note to self. Hang on, where's the options? Settings, bindings. Oh, control grenade is... Alright, hang on, what's melee? There we go. Alright, so melee is now button 5. Look at that. Now, on the one hand, I can either shoot, aim, or butt my gun into them. Because I'm just going to be doing the classic run into them and then bam. Man, these guys have a lot of cred. Ooh, a deep space mining helmet. I think I had already had one of those, but I'm going to pick up more while I'm at it. Cred disc. Running while encumbered will drain your oxygen quickly. How quickly is running? Oh, okay, it's just that. Alright. Dr. Worm's emergency site.
The terramorph is loose. We can't stop it. When we tried to sync with the neural control interface, it just completely flipped out. Broke through its containment chamber like it was made out of paper. It killed Michelson, Cobb, and Sumatri in all of 1 minute. I'm not even sure where it is now. It took off deeper into the facility. A security detail went in after it, but good friggin' luck. When I know it's safe,
I was hoping for
I'm going to make my run
pictures.
for the comm relay. Try to call in the cavalry. This is Hayden Wynn, lead xenobiologist. Wishing he had gone to dental
I'm
school
detecting
like
a
his parents
safe
wanted.
nearby. We could make use of whatever is inside, provided you had some digipics and a disregard for personal property rights.
Sounds good. Weird.
It is foolish to carry so many items on your own.
The comms relay has been trashed. The whole room is trashed. We can't call for help. I can hear the terramorph roaring somewhere. And more people screaming. God.
Fill in all open slots in every layer to unlock it. You select the key and rotate it until it lines up with the gaps in the security layer. Slot the key in to fill the gaps. Each key can only be used once. Alrighty, so. What in the... So it's not... Ooh, hang on. So there's... Alright, so... Slot 1. Slot 2. Slot 3. Slot 4. Easy enough. Nice.
Barrett and the Crimson. There is room in my storage hold for...
Nice. Alrighty. So. We need to go to our inventory. 143 out of 35. Alright, weapons. Z by damage, by value, by weight. There we go. Confirm. Store all. Get rid of the rib shank. The rattler is an interesting thing in Madigi. We keep the cutter because we need it. Spacesuits. 69. Nice. Alright. Oh, another raid! Hi there! Hi, Cosmic! Welcome to the stream. How was... What? Sticky business. What's that stink? How dare you? How dare you say that? You can't smell in space. It's impossible. It's impossible to smell in space, okay? How's it going, Cosmic Wolf? Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I was doing art earlier. I made a Koromon. It was a little bit too realistic. Why you gotta go showing off my cake there, Furry Cures? Was good, thank you. Have to raid and run, though. Big smooches. Aw, thank you, Cosmic Wolf. You have a good sleep. But we can smell your spaceship. That's... Well, it's not stinky, okay? Okay, equipped you. You ran out of O2. Further exertion will cause CO2 buildup. Ooh. Oh. Alright, so there's the 2 packs. There's the helmet. So there's 1 helmet. There's the apparel. Alright, so we got mining utility. We got the gray leather. We got some funny nightwear. Alright, we are gonna have him wear... I think we're gonna have him wear this. Alright, ammunition is fine. Notes, resources. Reactive gauge. And then all items. Z. Alright, so deep suit, lead line thingy, cutter, equinox, desk glow, pipe wrench, portable desk fan, fire extinguisher, alien thingy-madiggy, and then that's a multi-pack. Impact drill. Alright, there we go. Now we don't have a mass issue. Gotta give him the goods. I see. It's 90%, 99% gym and 1% cockpit. Is that a pun? Your watch beeps faster as your suit runs out of protection. Noted. Let me access the roof. Cool. Oh. F. See what we've got around here. Amp, medpack, and a heart. Instigating rib shank. Cassettes, caseless, helium, and nutrients. Nice! Lol. Hi there, Salsagor and Galdalio. Man, I love that. I love that, like, you guys, when there's a raid going off, you all got a message, and you're all like, what's the stink? I like that. I like when people can coordinate messages like that. That's cool. Right, reload this.
You gotta be kidding me. The Frontier has a new captain? You working with Barrett, or did you pry the ship keys out of his cold, dead hands?
The stink is not Grant. What's your problem with Barrett anyway?
We don't have a problem with Barrett. We want that ship, the Frontier. If you're the captain of it now, that means we're after you.
Enough talk. I have places to be.
Oh, this'll be fun.
Captain, we should continue.
My head! They're not paying me enough for it! Out of here!
I do not feel pain, but I hear it is terrible.
The fuck did he run to? Shit. Bam! Bam!
The enemy is no longer visible. Searching.
Excuse me while I explore. Thank you very much, game. I'm not gonna fast travel this shit. Look what's out there.
These criminals really should be incarcerated.
Alright, now to swap weapons again. Let's go with... Is there no way for me to be able to... Okay, B? Oh, okay, so now... Okay, so quick slot, so that's a 0. So quick slot 1, 2. Man, that's so weird. And then Equilux will be 4. So 1,
It is a
2.
shame exploration requires so much bloodshed. That smarts.
Alrighty, let's see how we do with... There we go.
In combat,
there we go.
There is a high likelihood of human death. Enemy damage received.
Get wrecked. You fucked up. You done goofed my victory. You're all stinky pirates. Cosmet must have took it as opportunity to raid you because of your steamy, bodacious big ass. Wow. Nice try, mate. Like, close, but no. You done goofed. Crimson Fleet. Oh, we can't enter it to do even more raiding? You're meant to be the danger. Oh my gosh, this game. No, I'm meant to be... Oh. There he goes, running the fuck away. Alright, do some health. Oop, hang on. Silver. Where the fuck are you seeing silver? I do not see the silver. What is this game on about? Yong. We're not returning to the ship. Not yet. You did check out your cake on stream. That was you, Furry Cures! What are... Oh, he did it again on his stream? He checked out my cake? He did it again? Or do you mean like the previous time? Here we go. There we go. Some iron. We gotta be collecting resources while we're at it. Who knows when this will be of use to us. Oh, jump. There we go. Fat Blue Dragon. Thank you for the follow, you fat blue dragon. The previous time. Okay, so it wasn't... He didn't, like, look at my bodacious ass again recently, is what you're saying. Alright, there we go. Some silver. Nice. And just like Skyrim, there's probably a better path to get to, like, the next icon thingy-madiggy. But I'm most likely just gonna jump, you know, over rocks and things to get to where I need to go to. Jump. 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 Look at that. Oh, what's this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Nope. Doesn't do what I want. Ooh, water. So there's our ship. And then there's an outpost that away. Go. Now, do they trust us to make that run there? I'm hoping so. Look at all the resources we're getting while I'm running there. Okay, so we've got we got a little over a kilometer to go. That should be easy enough to do. Jump. Jump. Hey, hey. Alrighty, I'm just gonna be jumping to help reduce... Because while we're jumping... Oop. Because amazingly enough, while jumping, you do not take... It doesn't take extra stamina to jump, and like, even while you're in the middle of sprinting. I imagine... Let's see, are they gonna do it? Is there gonna be a... No, there isn't. Okay. I thought it would be funny if there was like a really obvious bunny hopping mechanic to this. But I guess not. How goes it, Blue Dragon? Oh, that's just Furry Cures asking for 10 more squats when we got a chance. Nice. Nice, 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 nice.
Chat has come together and thinks you should do 10 squats during the break.
Aw, really? Fine, I guess I'm doing 10 squats. 10 squats, here we go. A big stretch! Here we go. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why? Furry! Why you gotta be looking at my ass like this? Alright, there we go. Alright, so we're going to this thing here. There we go. There we go. You gotta give them what they want. Friendship never ends. Stop projecting. Is this what he is? Hey, fat blue dragon. Is this less of a cosmic or a you thing and more of a Furry Cures thing, where Furry Cures is like, ah, yes, ass. Oh, I could be scanning this thing like multiple times. Okay, that's helpful. Ooh, silver. That's always good. There we go. Oh, I can be picking up shit. There we are. Bam! There we are. And then... Hey! Why you gotta be stealing my shirt like this? Why you gotta be looking at my zitties? I'm trying to be a cool space explorer here. Awooga. Hi, Gal Gadeo. Yes! Behold the, oh, extreme heat. Hang on. Scan this. And then... There we are. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's just more extreme heat. 50% scanned. More iron to pick up. If I had a penny for every time Furry tries to scapegoat others to justify his unhingedness, you'd have 2 pennies, which isn't weird, but it's strange that it happened twice. Wow, if my whole day was going to be ruined by a man with a puppet hat, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't much, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Yunk. Oh, we've got like 2 different places we can go. Interesting. Gotta check out all the things that are out there. So much exploring. This is the problem with RPGs. Especially when you decide to sit with me and you don't say anything, you're gonna find me just going out doing my fun little introvert autism Minecraft mode of just like, I can sit here for hours. I will not say a fucking thing to you. And it's just gonna be a fun excursion of me doing my thing. Me doing whatever I want. Oh, hello. A spacer. Sup, spacer?
You're done! You will pay! Not worth dying over!
Oh, it's a terramorph. Crazy.
Systems near total shutdown.
Oh, do they not have like a system for when it's this? Oh, maybe they do. The fuck? Oh, there you went. Hey, there we go.
Go suck on that.
It's nice to be in Skyrim-esque lore for leveling rather than Dark Souls. Because Dark Souls would have just been a case of, get fucked, shithead, he's a level above you. Whereas in Skyrim, it's like, oh, you're 3 levels, like you're probably several levels below? No worries. This is fine. You are going to survive this. Nice.
You have no idea what you're up against. Hand here.
Nice.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Alrighty. And then we scan this thing. There we go. Another spacer. Storage box. Nice. Anyone else in here? No. This is all mine for the taking. Get fucked, colonists. Alright. Cycling the air. Oh wait, I need to close this airlock. So it's gonna... There we go. Nice. And then... pill bottle and a dig stick. Orchid, yep. Yep. Origami, a ratchet. Is he coming in here with us? Hey, I love a Newton's Cradle. That's fun. Circuit boards. Some zero wire. Bread! God, I love bread. I'm partial, like, I'm partial to toast bread. That's my preferred sort of bread, is the toast that you can get from grocery store. It's probably just white bread, but they're just advertising it as quote-unquote toast. But, yeah. Wait, system? Yeah, so what I meant from it is that different video game systems... Toast is not a bread? Then why do they call it toast bread and Woolies? You didn't think about that, did you, fat blue dragon? I'm just gonna use your full name when I'm like gonna be back talking to you about the fact that toast is a kind of bread because they sell you toast bread in grocery stores. It makes total sense. It's the kind of bread that's better for toast. Alright, so 700 meters in that way is a cave. 700 meters that way is something we have no fucking idea about. There we go. Now that we're men, we can go anywhere. Now that we're men, I change my underwear. Now that we're men. Now that we're men. 30 meters, 20 meters. All right, so 20 meters is the amount of distance we need to go to get from one thing to the other. Good to know. All right. Biome complete. Nice. Oh, hang on. I need to probably talk to you.
We need to reach the Alpha Centauri. Will keep your items safe, Captain.
Nice. Alrighty, yep, so this is everything. We're gonna sort it by weight. So. Oh wait, no, that's my stuff. Inventory. All inventory items. Yep, it's sorted by weight. Lead line, you're gonna grab this, and this, and that. Actually, you grab this as well. Explorers Grendel, and Grendel. Long barrel muzzle breaking tactical grip. Everything. An anti-ballistic navigator space helmet. Nice. Oh, he can't carry anymore? Aw, what a shame. You are an amazing pack mule. Although, if there's a creator, like, command console I can open up, I am most certainly gonna set my weight to, like, beyond the normal measures of man, because fuck having a low carry weight. That helmet looks like you can play tic-tac-toe on it. Probably could. There we are. We are now making our way to that structure there. There we go. And picking up all the silver that we can. Jump. There's probably, like, better ways of collecting all this shit, because I imagine that if they're giving it to us in this kind of abundance, that it's not going to be a case of, oh, you only need, like, 3 or 4 of these things to do upgrades and such. They're probably going to be like, oh, you need 25. You need 25 pieces of, like, lead and 100 pieces of iron, because iron is in everything in space. There we go. And then... Dunk. Alrighty. Alright, so cave there, and something unknown there. Alright. Should be good. Should be cool. I love it. I love it. Alright. So, alright, reload this so you're full. There we go. Reload. Yep, so you're already at full. Alright, you've got plenty. I'm gonna rescind from using so much of the whatsamahoozy, the laser ammunition, because I feel like that would be a lot. Alrighty. The fuck is this?
Go suck a lemon.
You go... It's a makeshift encampment. Huh, sweet. Oh, it is very makeshift. And it has a lot of marker of this is going to be stolen if I... Oh, hey, there's people here. Hello.
Hey, interested in making some... I have a kill contract for an ecliptic mercenary leader that went rogue. They're not far from here. I could use someone watching my back. Help.
Count me in.
Meet me at these coordinates. We'll strike once we're in position.
Nice. The fuck are you going? You gotta love it when games physics just doesn't know how to handle shit. Alrighty. How far is that? Rendezvous near the abandoned maintenance bay. Okay. Making our way through the course. It's nighttime, but that's okay. We're not freezing. Ba-da-da-dun-da-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Bonk, there we go. Yep. I love how it's like going in and out of, there is no direct path to get to where you're going. It's like, no shit. Especially when I'm like deciding to like have this kind of traversal method of like jumping over like whatever craters that I can and just being like, whee! Silver. There we go. Oh, that's just Vasco. Cool. Alright, how far of a distance is this thing? See? Like, look at that. In the bottom left, my health, not my health, my O2 goes up every time I take a leap. Because, like, it takes no effort at all to jump in this environment. So the longer I'm in the air, the longer I get to keep my velocity and still regain some oxygen in the run. It's perfectly safe. See? You're making Steam longer because of the raid? Just a little bit. I'm very much interested in this game. And also, like, look at where I'm at. I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. I am doing what I can. Oh my god, 900 meters away. Why are you so far away? So there's my frontier. There's the Crete landing thing. Alright, you know what? Fast travel to that. Let's see how we go. Let's see if we can, like, fly around here.
Captain, to reach the lodge, we must jump to the planet Jemison in the Alpha Centauri system, and then land in the city of New Atlantis.
Oh, that's not gonna do it. I thought we could, like... I thought it would be a lift-off thing. Alright, 600 meters. That's a little bit... That's a little bit better of a trek than normal. Excuse me.
Enjoy.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. I did a little bit of art. It didn't go very well. I'm probably going to take a hiatus on the art, and I'm now going into Starfield. I was meant to do Starfield tomorrow. I'm probably still going to do Starfield tomorrow, if I'm being real with you. But we're doing some Starfield stuff today, because so far not much has happened, because I have decided Oh, use the hand scanner to place a... Why would I do that? There's no need for me to do that. Your deck tinkering. You've got 69 decks already. How many more, like, improvements to decks do you need to do?
You will not be able to walk at full speed with your pack that full.
You can't walk at full speed. You're a deck builder. I get that. But have you ever thought there's like a limit to the number of decks? You gotta get rid of some of those. It's an art, I guess. And I can't fault you for embracing art. If you can do art, then one day maybe I can too. Who knows? Yeah.
Go suck a lemon.
There we go. Go suck a furry. It sounds out of context. Maybe just a little bit. But to be fair, like, you hit the go suck a lemon out of context so much in my streams, Furry Cure. So it's about time someone decided to say, you know, go suck a furry. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright.
You appear to be prioritizing our deaths over your own survival. Did you see it?
I didn't see it. What did I miss? Oh, there he is. Oh, wait, hang on. I have some medicine. I have some medicine I can use. Aid. Here, where is it? Oh. I can eat some of this shit. Restore 5 health. Chunk of cola. Here it is. Restore 20 health and plus 8 to my capacity for, you know...
Lock and load.
Please avoid getting shot.
Noted. I will... Alright, where is the +2 jump height, treat infections, macerations and wounds, health, plus 20% health for 2 minutes, plus 200%. Hell yeah. 5 health, apple, ding, dong. Requires fewer resources for 10 minutes. 3 health, 3 health. Alrighty. Let's go. Alright, get some heals in. Reload real quick. Oh, darn it. I died. What's up, Galgadio? Shield Toad. What? That reminds me of the fact that vacuum in German literally translates to dusk sucker. Ah, yes, in the dusk sucker of space. Oh, damn it. Alright, first and foremost, grab the amp, grab the healing paste and all that shit. Alright, is there anywhere I can put, like, my shit? I don't want to hold on to it, like, the entire time. Alright, so that's the hatch. Research station. Can I... Alright, pharmaceuticals. I do not... Alright. Next category. Oh, ingredients. So, aluminum. There we go. And then... bread. Hell the fuck yes. So we have some bread. We got some red meat. We just need some cheese. Alright, we got some zero... Hey! The zero wire is useful! Excellent. And we've got 3 pieces of iron at the very least, which is very helpful. Which means... sealant. Nice! There we go. So we got some new manufacturing. And that was to get manufacturing 1 done. Hello! How's it going? Oh, there's all kinds of cool shit. Alright. Helmet mods? Oh, we do have some tungstens. Items that can be consumed for tungsten. Nothing in the cosmetics, nothing in the polymer. Alright, so we've got optics and lasers, grips and stocks. Nice. Nice. So, barrel 1 is completed. We can't do barrel 2. We can do grips and stocks. Nickel. Overflow sealant. Oh, so the nickel makes the sealant. Okay, okay. So many menus. Alright, so we got the aluminum. Some sealant. Overflowing into chlorosilanes. Shadow in the corner. Thank you for the follow. I'll understand if you want to stay in the corner. It's no problem on my head. And we can't do any more weapon engineering. That's okay. Spacesuits shit. Decoration. Robots. Ooh. Alright, so I need cheese. Alkalines. Fiber. Performance enhancement. Medical treatment. Yes, please. An overflow to amino acids. Medical treatment has been unlocked. Nice. Cool. Blocked because we require chemistry. I have no idea. Oh, these are all, like, projects. Oh, wait, no, I've already completed some of them. So there's no research. Oh, okay, so I'm working on that right now. And then I'm working on this, which requires some cosmetic and a polymer. Alright, that's making a little more sense. That's not making a lot of sense to me. Here we go. Cargo hold. Transfer. Q for the inventory. So we got a lot of weapons that we don't really need a lot of. So I'm going to put the Eon in there. The Instigating Shiv. The Rattler. The Rescue Axe. Interesting. Alright, so that's energy, physical, 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 energy as well, and I need the cutter, so we're not going to deal with that. Spacesuit, you're fine, you're fine. Oh, I should equip this one. Actually, wait. So the physical is 34, and then it goes to 18. This is 18 to 34. Alright, so this might be a better one. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Q for the frontier. Q for the thingy. Oh, did I get rid of the... God damn it. Q for the frontier for the pack to get the pack back. Q for the inventory to... B to equipped. And then that goes into the thingy-madiggy. And then we've got like all this different apparel. I'm gonna put that away, and this, and that, and then, all right, ammo, and then we got like 35 miscellaneous fucking things. Deck of cards. Okay, we need those sticks. All of this is important in some regards, I swear. There's going to be a use for these one day. Alrighty, and then... Alright, should be good. Shouldn't be carrying like a shit ton of stuff. Where's our robot? Why is he not here? Strange. Unless... Alright, wait, what? Jump seat. Oh, that's just if we wanted to, like, sit down and sit on our ass. Packaged apple, yes, please. If you don't want to deal with ads, you either get a subscription or you get Twitch Turbo. Take off. Flicking all the switches and getting into gear. Let's go. Big stretch. Alrighty. Wait, can I just... Oh, so I basically... So I can only, like, go into, like, the one area, quote-unquote, and then select missions in the bottom thing.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Oh, wait, hang on, what? Set landing target. Interesting. So I can, like, drop there. How is the best himbo zebra doing today? I am doing okay. I've been rated twice tonight, which is really nice after having, like, not too great of an art session. Hence why I'm now over into Starfield right now. All right, okay, I thought for a minute I couldn't land wherever the F I wanted. I thought I could only land in the places they mentioned. But this is interesting that there's like a place, like I can land here. Like just a random spot. And rendezvous near, like, there, so unknown there, unknown there. Like, am I, like, now just, like, fucking millions of miles away from where I need to be or something? Like, is that what's happened? No, I should be, like, over there, I think. Let's see. Unknown there. Unknown there. Grazer. The fuck is this thing? Just a random location. Like, the fuck? And then, like, jump. And then we've got that place over there. Like, I swear I put myself, like, close. Come on, break. Break. Well, fuck you too. Open tab. Oh, Burns. You have an affliction. The correct melody. So I got blisters. So I need to use look into the aid. Yep. I'll eat that apple. Cuts, wounds, afflictions. I need, so, infections, contusions, lacerations, puncturing wounds, burns, and frostbite. This is, I think, what I need. There we go. Burns is being cured. Alright, let's get moving. Yum. Yum. The fuck is... I'm probably not gonna get any reaction from this thing because it's fucking neon. Thank you for the boops. Yeah, I got a boo-boo in the middle of the game. Alright, can't get that. Jump. A deserted relay station. That's pretty cool. Alright, so there's like...
I need cover now. Right hand. Failure. Engage.
Oop.
I can't see it.
There we go. Potato! Excuse me while I close this thing. And then...
Concentrate. I take control. Firing.
There we go. Ooh, Berserker's Coachman. A rare shotgun. I will accept that. Thank you very much.
Kill him. Push forward. I can see.
Boom pop root beer. I will accept that. Thank you very much.
I want that target neutralized.
Violence significantly decreases one's life expectancy.
Nice! Shooting him in the dick is, like, consistently damaging. No one thinks to put padding on the dick. No one thinks about that. No one thinks to...
insistence on carrying so many things is reducing our travel speed.
Get shot in the dick.
Vision's compromised. Execute.
Oh, shit! Oop.
Open fire.
Alright, hang on a second. Alright, put that back on. Deep space still suit. Clip space thingy-madiggy. I don't know how much better that will be. Hey! Alrighty. Favorite this to 5? Alright, we're gonna give that thing a try.
flawless health compromised. Taking suppressive fire.
Okay, could you, like, get out of the fucking way so I can do a good shot on him? Thank you.
In combat, Barrett often yells, "Kill, kill, kill." I am not sure why. Line them up.
Nice. Ooh, a sensor chip space trucker space helmet. Hell the fuck yeah.
I have located the enemy.
Good for you, robot. Zeebs, don't shoot guys in the dig unless they're gonna treat them nice. I'll shoot them wherever the fuck I want. Alright, so... damage reduction isn't very much there. Ooh! 20% oxygen, weigh 25% less. Accuracy while firing on the move. Yes, please. Oh, we are straight dripping now, boys. Alright, let me just reload you very quickly. Deck of cards, yes please. Some Ultramag, yes please.
I am aiming for your center of mass.
Some spaghetti. Some urban attire.
Damage registered.
There we go. Egg and a stick of butter. You think they're all dead at this point? I think they're all dead at this point. Some sealant, a circuit board, engineering outfit, baseball cap, pliers, cred sticks. Oh, we are just getting so much good stuff from this place. Hey, look at that! They recycle in this place. David Bowie thought of it in Labyrinth. No, he just had a fucking prominent bulge. He had no protection. He was just laying it out there for anyone to see. You could have punched him in the dick and there would have been no safety precautions for him. It was just right then and there. He would have been fucked. Alrighty. Lemon. Vacuum tape. Oh, they've broken some shit. Dunk, dunk, dunk. An ISO-centered magnet. Nice. Nice. Well, most of these guys are dead. Yeah, most of them. 0. Oh, doesn't want me to... Coffee bag, thank you very much. Credit sticks, thank you. Hey, it's a 3D food printer. Alrighty. Ooh. Meal tray. Pizza square. And a superfood paste kit. Geppetto. Ah, interesting. Although they make it... Oh! Oh, I see what they're doing. Okay, so maybe I need to turn off my light. So, you see here, that would most likely be Pinocchio. So that would be Geppetto. And they're saying that, like, behind even Geppetto, there's a puppet master. Interesting. I wonder what this story would be like. Hey. Alright. Close this door. And then open this door. Nice. You're carrying too much and can't fast travel. Wow, thank you so much. Good thing I put myself so fucking close. Alrighty. Oh, even while I'm jumping, it will... Okay. Alright, what's the heaviest? Okay. Ooh. Nice. Wait. Okay, so the Eclipse battle suit. And then... a lot of weird stuff. I love the Berserker Coachman. This is gonna be fun. Also, can I do anything about my skills? Hey, I got 2 skills points. Awesome. Weightlifting. Increase one's ability to carry weapons and equipment both in space and on the ground. 10 kilograms? That's it? Oh, that is terrible. 10. Oh my god. Hell nah. To see when persuading someone, unlock the ability to pickpocket. And social... intimidation. Intimidation. Adds an obstacle zone and scan is increased to 20 meters. Resources required to craft. Complete research. Unlocks med packs, trauma packs, and emergency kits, restoring 10% additional health 10% faster. I like that. Increased grav jump distance. Get more common and uncommon inorganics from surface. 10% increased damage and cost 20% less. You can now utilize boost packs. That sounds important to unlock. You can attempt to hack advanced locks, and 2 auto attempts can be banked. Ship thrusters, targeting. Nice, nice. Alright, so how much physical goes up? 10, 25, 50, 100. That's not a lot, I'm gonna be real with you. Adds a stealth meter. 50% more difficult to detect when sneaking. Suppressed does an additional 10%. 75% more difficult. You are 100% more difficult to detect when sneaking. Suppressed weapons do an additional 20% sneak attack damage. Doors you interact with when in stealth no longer alert enemies. Nice. When you do a power attack, spend... okay. Gymnast. Take 15% less full damage. More effective. Physical. Nice. Slowly regenerate outside of... Yep. 10% chance to stun with an unarmed. You can no longer set off enemy mines. Range sneak it. Oh. Oh. There's a stealth archer build in Starfield. There's a stealth archer build in Starfield. Look at that. Causes distant enemies to lose you. Ranged attacks do 4 times normal damage, and your melee sneak attacks do 10 times normal damage. Oh. Oh, okay. So. All right, first and foremost, let's get the stealth meter. It's not necessary right now, I will be real with you. Like, we probably could have benefited from the whole kilogram thingy-majiggy, but let's be real. 162 out of 35. It was not going to help us that much. I would much rather go into the game's code and say, give me 1,000 kilograms. We're in space. Let's just pretend the average human can carry twice their weight. Easily. And we got, like, space legs and things. Well, that will be our reason. Alrighty. Dude, I need you over here. So, talk.
We should be free of... Am I currently in possession?
Yes, you are. This?
Do you require...
Oh, I did just take everything. Excellent. Here we go. Oh my god, I can still... Thank goodness. The over-encumberdness is just like, oh, let me just do a small, like, stamina thingamajiggy instead of just stopping you. Thank Christ. Thank Christ. Alright, weapons. Ooh, the advanced regulator. Alright, we'll keep you. Put use down. Explorers, yep, that's fine. Exterminators. Nice. Keep at least one. Side Star. And Solus. Interesting. Alright, so why is this like 100 damage? Oh, it uses 43s. And that uses caseless shells. That's a cutter. That uses 3,000 volts lasers. 777. Alright. Hang on. Did I just put a... Yeah, I did.
Your spinal health will be compromised by carrying so many items.
Thank you for the notice. Alright, so that's 16 damage. This is... Okay, so that we're putting away. 17 and 6... Alright, we're putting you away. Alright, cool. So I shouldn't have that much there. Alright, spacesuits. Tab, packs. B to equip that. Put you away. Put you away. Helmets. You, and you. Apparel. You. Engineer's outfit. Gray engineer's outfit. That's some nice attire. Alrighty. And then ammunition. Yay, there's no mass on ammunition, thank goodness. Amp. Plus 25. Bandages. Pop. Cool. Alright. I think I probably want to put the food away. Oh wait, no, hang on. This put away. And then, all right, all resources, and then sorting by weight. So we keep a cutter. All right, get rid of you, 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 you. Yes, I am probably carrying way more than is necessary, but hear me out. It's worth keeping stuff. Keep the nightwear. Advanced regulator. 25 lead. The history of something or other. Omega. Keep the pizza square. Red Rover, come over. Shadows in the attic. Superfood paste. Some copper. A lot of nickel. The Comet. Count of Monte Cristo. Adhesives. Dunk. Some chlorine, some helium, some lubricant, some nutrients, sealant, toxins. The container? No! What do you mean it's at... What do you mean the cargo hold is at max capacity? Oh. Oh, I see how this is. Alright. Not my loot goblin! Alright, take off. Flick, 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 flick. Getting out of here. Oh, righty. I think ladies and gentlemen, guys, gals, non-binary pals, I think we are going to end the stream here. I think that's going to be it. Let me take off my helmet. I think that's going to be it for tonight. It's almost 10 o'clock. I got work the next day. I want to sleep and what have you. And I think I should go and look for a raid. Now, let me have a look. Is Kofu still streaming? Yes, he is. Kusaki is looking at a cat for some reason. Don't ask me why. All right. We're going to go raid into that dog Kofu. Because... Oh, hang on. Wrong thingy. All right. Raid channel. Bam. We're raiding into that dog Kofu as they go through more Dark Souls. Blender was hard. Went to star. Actually, you know what? Blender is hard. Blender is hard is going to be our raid message. And hopefully I'll have some of you guys join in with me on that raid message as we go raiding into that dog Kofu. They are a wonderful... They're an actual 3D artist and such, and they'll sometimes play video games. I highly recommend giving them a follow, so then that way when they do another 3D art stream, you're able to watch them, you know, be a craftsman in, like, the sculpting and such in ZBrush. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. It's probably going to be the last time for a while that I will do a Blender art stream. And tomorrow night, we're going to be going through more Starfield, because that's our intention. And I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Go suck a lemon.
Mm.